Hey-ho, it's me, Panagaro, and welcome back to the streamer. No warm cup of tea today, because I don't want to, I don't know. But we got some sparkling water, some spezi, a lot of snacks, and one dessert. Me. Well, I actually got, like, snacks. A lot of them are dessert, so. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Very early on, we're gonna, under 3 minutes, we start into the stream. Because I was constantly working stuff, it got time, and I just started to stream, and now we're gonna continue on where I left off, okay? That's the plan. So, how are we gonna do that? First of all, let's switch over to chatting. Hello. So, okay, and we can ignore that, so let's switch over to programming right away. Hold on a second before we do anything further. Down the line, I'm gonna load some music in. Shuffle once, thank you very much for shuffled music. And here we are. So, today was, the last couple of days I did further work on the aforementioned stuff, on the object system, etc. That seems to work pretty well now. I still didn't got like playing done, or rendering done, or converting every animation stuff into scene stuff. That's not done. Because I simply want to do some other stuff before that. Because it's just too much fun tinkering that way. So there were 2 tinkerings I did. So the first one was something rather specifically for BrainDG. Let me see if I can find it. It should be really straightforward. There we go. So I simply tried to, like I have in using the scene system, I have now like 3 different cameras added with different animations, etc. You can also switch between those, so we have now a Boolean attribute here active to activate different cameras in a sequence. You can see here where we switch. There are here and there some bugs, so also you can rename objects in here, and yeah, so we have here and there some bugs. For example, you in the Boolean attributes here, you cannot move those keyframes around. And I don't know why, but you cannot move those keyframes around. So that's what I'm gonna have to figure out why. Some synchronization stuff. There is some other stuff in terms of rearranging things I made. For example, we now have a FIC editor subsystem, which now manages the editor state essentially. So we have separated now the editor context logic from this going into editor mode. So like editor context manages like the behavior of the editor itself, and the subsystem makes sure the editor exists and can work properly. Okay, so that's like, you could say this is kind of the differentiation right now. I also did some other changes in regards of the character. I learned a bit. I read some stuff, and yeah. So you have here 3 different cameras, and this is just a proof of concept. This is nowhere near a production ready thing. I just wanted to create a proof of concept. So these are just simply plain S windows, slate windows I created, and in there is just simply a S image, an image display. And for each image I created a brush. An image brush, and this image brush uses a resource, a texture resource, and as texture resource, so thankfully they can do that very easily, and as texture resource they use a render target, and then for each of those cameras I created a render target and a scene capture 2D, a render target 2D and a scene capture 2D, linked those 2 together so that the cameras now have a scene render component. These actors in the world have a scene render component that render to a render target, and the render target then gets displayed via this slate brush on this slate image essentially, and through that I have here essentially added 3 more views in different windows that allow you to have a look at the same world from different angles. Very important, different complete different view settings like resolution and whatever, because to get some better performance out of it. And so this was just a proof of concept I did specifically for BrainDG and for his build battles, because I can imagine this would be a really cool thing to have. So here it is, that's what I wanted to do, just a simple proof of concept. So as I said, there also in the editor itself, there's a lot of stuff that has to change. You still cannot move those cameras around. The whole thing could be done a little bit better, like with separation lines and whatnot. We could try to make them now dockable, and also the add button only can add camera objects. We cannot differentiate between different objects and stuff. There is no logic for that yet. It just creates a new camera object right away, and the camera object gets initialized with like everything 0. So that's also not good. So we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna do that at some point. But at least this down here gets synced, and we have some delegates here and there, so we have some more sync between those two. And I'm trying to get a bad data separation of data and view going on, and they should then communicate only via the delegates. So step by step it's getting better. Yeah. And also the viewport, the graph view also has still the fit all issues. There's also an issue with that. But yeah, so let me just continue to play that. You can see one camera there, next camera start, and then we switch the scene at this point, and we follow that. And here you have an overall overview of what is happening. The green camera is the active camera, as you can see. We move around, and then we switch to the other camera, continue down the path, and we are done. So yeah, so the switching works, and different cameras. And what I'm so that's stuff I did yesterday. Today I mainly read this here, the interactive tools framework in Unreal Engine 4.26 at runtime exclamation mark. So this is 3D tools for inside of the editor, in the runtime inside of the game, essentially. That is what I was working on. Give me a second. Okie dokie. So, and what we're gonna, and the first thing we're gonna make is, you could actually say it's micromanaged, but with 3D tools. So I just want to have a gizmo, a transformation gizmo, that I can manipulate the different actors in the scene, in the world. That's just what I wanna try here. Yeah, and for that we have some issues here and there. Yeah. Okay, so on focus changing, I just said, for example, in German there, whatever. So for example, this focus viewport, we do not want that. So right now I'm just making sure like only the right click should enable this temp viewport focus. Oh, hold on. So they can move the viewport around. Hold on. I'm gonna move this up here. That will kind of make sense. So yeah, even the whole handling of in which mode we are. If we are now camera moving around, and if not, we will change this input. So like, there is a lot of stuff we have to do in regards of the input system. There is like no questions asked. There is quite some stuff we have to change there. But for now, I'm just trying to get the left click working in the viewport without changing the input mode of the player. Parisius, welcome to the stream. You're the first today. Drachwex is not here yet. You're the first. Well, welcome to the stream. We're gonna do some crazy shit today, Parisius. We're gonna do some crazy shit. Like, seriously, it's so bonkers what is happening today. It's bonkers. Before that, let me show you something which I whipped up yesterday in like 1-2 hours or something as a proof of concept for BrainDG. I did also some other stuff, a lot of stuff. I just explained it, so... but I still want to show you this. Look at that! We have 4 different views. This is the same satisfactory session, and we have 4 different camera angles, essentially. Which are animated in this case, even. So bonkers, are you going to make it work for once? Yes. As you can see, it worked. That was a literal magic. I quote BrainDG here, it's magic. So... but that's not what I'm gonna work on today, because I said that was just a proof of concept for yesterday, and if this would actually make sense to build a... Is the 4 cameras running in real time on the same satisfactory instance? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Parisius. But 3 of them were just rendering at 320 by 320 pixels, so that my GPU can handle that. You know, Sun and Chase as well, every content creator is going to be demanding it. Why though? I know why BrainDG would want that, but I'm not sure why Snut and Chase or why other content creators might want that. Should I haven't posted this on the Satisfactory Modding Discord, I think. Or have I? I'm not quite sure. Time-lapses. You can do time-lapses with a different way. We have literal stationary time-lapse cameras in FicsIt-Cam already. You can say like, take an image every 10 seconds or whatnot, and there it also, and there you can say like, and this then takes in the full resolution instead of like a reduced one. And this is already in there. Assume the resolution is configurable. For this, not for the time-lapse cameras. It uses the standard one. But I mean, I definitely like when I do these secondary cameras there. There I obviously want to do that. But for now I want to get 3D-Tools working, because right now we only have like 2D UI and stuff and a bit of interaction, but I want to make the 3D world clickable essentially. FIC edit test. And how this will work, I don't know. Damn it. I clicked onto the viewport and now I'm stuck essentially. This is not nice, if I'm being honest. It's like here I can move around, okay. But like my problem is I click and nothing works. So the thing is like this post input event. this should, like, trigger. But, like, instead, it always triggers this, being camera control. Which is not what I wanted. Oh, actually it doesn't anymore. Okay. Interesting. So now it's triggered because I did a right click. So this is okay because it was a right click. But like, if I click now normally, nothing happens. Let me check the character. If the left click actually, left mouse down actually gets triggered here. I mean, if it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Okay. Well, good to know. Something changes the view, though. Like, something sets this guy on focus, I mean. And we do not want that. So, like, it seems like it changes the input shit. I'm not that good in these kinds of internals. I know a lot about the reflection system, but like in audio or rendering or input handling, I don't know much. So I don't know much. Okay, So the editor has this focus UI thing and this focus viewport thing. Let me check that here pretty quickly. Okay, a normal click doesn't cause this here to be executed. Focus viewport. So we got this focus viewport function down here. Can I add... Why can I not add that? The frick. Okay, where else do I use it? Focus viewport. Where do I call it? Flipbook editor? I'm using it here. Here, but it's commented out. And that's about it. But I set it to UI only. Okay, so regarding this, I actually would want to watch a small little YouTube video with you guys. That is this guy here. Matthew Altstein.
Important to know. When you have your input set up to like the UI, the input is not designed to go to the UI. The input's designed to go to that chain and stack that we just saw. And that is why your UI, by default, doesn't do anything when you
Yeah, hold on. Let's rewatch it completely.
Hello. Welcome to the video for what is the set input mode nodes.
I'm now a reaction YouTuber. Oh, what is it? Oh,
today. Going to be these three nodes here.
What? Those three nodes?
Started. First of all, we're going to start off without anything hooked up.
Why?
Our normal map. Now my map has a little character in the middle that I can control.
Okay.
It's a little third-person character.
Wow.
As well as a user interface that right now I can't control.
Yeah. What is up with that?
By default, the game is set, if you don't do anything, to game mode only. That means your player or your controller or your pawn or your character is going to get the input, do something with it, and then absorb it if you tell it to do something with it. Now,
But we don't want that, right?
Doing something with it, this is what I mean. This is
Okay,
a map of
what
the
is that?
default input processing procedure
Ah,
for Unreal Engine.
okay.
The input comes in,
Yeah, got it.
then it goes to the player input mapping. This is where you set up your input, such as if I hit A, it means to go left, or spacebar means jump.
The fuck?
And to show you that, this is what I mean by that, right here, down here. This is your input mapping. So it goes from the player's keyboard or mouse input into here. Now after that's done, it's going to go into the first input enabled actor. And by input enabled actor,
blah 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 blah. I have already watched that.
Automatically. After that, then it goes designed to be important to know. Why is it important to know?
Wait, what?
Controller and your characters, your pawns, automatically accept input because they're designed to. So this is important to know. Why is it important to know? When you have your input set up to like the UI, the input is not designed to go to the UI. The input's designed to go to that chain and stack that we just saw. And that is why your UI, by default, doesn't do anything when you type in things. So I will show that shortly. So we showed that when we play, we have our game mode input. Now by game mode input, I mean, let's hook this up, and we'll hook it into the set input mode game only. If we type in set input mode, we will find the 3 different types. Game only, which is our default. UI only, which means the player or the character and the pawn do not get input. And then game and UI, which means both will take input. So by input mode game only, if we run this, you'll find, well, nothing will change. We're going to have everything working properly. Now there is one small caveat here, and I'll have to show that in a second. Let me hook up another node called Show Mouse Cursor, and by default I have it set to on. Show Mouse Cursor is what enables us to have our mouse cursor moving. And as you can see, I'm moving my mouse cursor, but my character is no longer moving by default when I move my mouse. I can click on my buttons though. Now this is not a hybrid mode. This is game mode, which means my input from my keyboard is going to the game, and my mouse is able to move at the same time.
Huh?
But I have a mouse input access, if we can find it in our character. Right here, for my input access, for turning, that allows me to rotate my character around to them. That is being ignored because the mouse cursor is absorbing that turning. Hopefully I can cover some common examples you're going to run into when you're trying to set up and do certain input types. So I'm going to try to cover them all in as much detail as possible. So if you want to show your mouse cursor and you want the controller, the character to move, you do not want to do something like this. This is not the appropriate. These inputs has a target as their default input. If you don't have something set up in there, you're going to have issues, especially with these two. So even though we'll run without anything plugged in, you always want to make sure you do plug in your player controller, especially in a multiplayer game, or you're going to have issues. Maybe one person is going into their user interface and you're switching over the input, but you don't. The UI only basically defaults to the user interface taking the input. Now you'll notice I can still move around. Well, the issue for that is we never told which player controller to set this input mode for. Off, we're part of the UI. The buttons,
what?
Never told which player, so that way we now have input. Now, if I use my arrows, they are no longer being absorbed by the player. I have set the UI to take any input. But you'll also notice I'm moving my mouse around the screen, and when it's outside of here, you can see it. When it's inside, oh, now it's gone again. And it's gone. It's now inside of my game view. It's no longer part of the UI. And what's the reason for that? Show mouse. And the UI itself is now that we are ignoring the player control, and you find that when you're in your user interface, the I key for inventory. Control it opened your main menu by hitting. Remember our input stack? Now that we are ignoring the player controller, none of these controls are working. So for example, let's works. Longer absorb in the UI for keyboards is a completely different video, but basically you have some keyboard input handlers in the UI that you can use. You can also do things such as passing input from the UI to the player, so that way your player can still handle it. In widget to focus. When I move my mouse, I can no longer escape the screen. It is a different UI for each screen. Uncheck this and hit play. My mouse is not constrained. I can go anywhere. For example, such as you can close down your current one. Let me pull up. Will happen when the input goes on. Images. You have a chat box. You have output mode, game, and UI. Let's unhook this.
What does that
and
do?
Uncheck everything. It's going to be pretty much the same. You see our in widget to focus, and you see our lock mouse to viewport. We have one addition: me to move properly. So it seems like it's the same thing as a game mode. Well, the difference is if you have the mouse cursor enabled. If we enable our mouse cursor and turn it on, now you'll notice I can move with my arrows, and I have user interface. I can toggle on and off. So I actually can move and have user interface, and you'll notice if I hold my right mouse button, I'll get mouse look. Now, the issue here is I'm being stopped by the corners. I can click, but if I hold but I get
okay.
Like it says here, handle it. Even this is partially transparent and it's not set up to absorb input. So it's going to go ahead and pass it along to my.
Okay, so it's not really what we want to do here. Set input mode. We're gonna have to check that for now. Okay. Enable game input. When does that happen? When we close the editor. What is the difference between UI only and UI only X? Ah, that's... Do not lock. Okay, but... Why does it lock? Why does it now show the cursor? So why does the cursor then disappear when we are clicking here? If I'm allowed to ask, I'm gonna enable music again. So, like, if I go in here, I can, like, now move around with the right click. And if I go in with left click, I cannot navigate around, which is what we expected. But also, the cursor disappears when the viewport is... Okay, hold on. Editors... Go back to the editor, and then we have Focus UI, controller, show mouse cursor, true, false. Let's try that. Because previously, as we tried that, when I re-enabled the camera with the Focus UI, the cursor was actually on my primary screen, which is my used secondary screen, in the upper left corner. So not over the game itself. So maybe because the mouse cursor wasn't there, and the input events didn't get passed down through the to the proper widgets. It's just a possibility, though. Okay, but why does it not get any left clicks? Doesn't receive any left clicks. So if I'm there, it does get some left clicks. But in this mode, it doesn't. I mean, I can just try around. Okay, let's try instead of this here. Set input mode. Game and UI. Gonna try to use both. Hmm. Oh my goodness. What the fuck? Ooh. Oh my goodness. Aww. Hey, that's a bit weird, honestly. Do I have to fully understand? My goodness, I hate input in in Unreal Engine. It's garbage. I tell ya. Okay, this is very interesting. This is seriously interesting. I feel we are close, guys. It feels like we are close. So I have also some guys here open. Choose context actors. It's framework subsystem. Okay. So this here is like the demo project for this interactive tools frameworks we are using here, which is an Unreal Engine internal thing, but like the guy who mainly wrote this Unreal Engine internal thing made here a demo project. And I'm gonna have a look at the stuff. So we have a render component here. Actor, framework, subsystem, and component target. Render component. No. We need we need to go to public. There is interaction, and then there is a transform interaction. So the selection interaction works apparently, because the selection interaction is this, that I can like click on these different objects here, and as you can see, the gizmo gets placed accordingly, which is great. So at least that works. Selection. That's cool that it works. But like transform doesn't work. So there's like update gizmo targets, shutdown, set enable. And then there is this transform proxy, and we add to the transform proxy different components, mesh components. There. Transform interaction, initialize, transform proxy. Oh, yeah, no, wait. This happens in on selection changed. Yeah, we remove the old gizmo, and then we create a new transform proxy. We add a component, the root component of our selection, and then create a new transform gizmo with full translate, rotate, scale. And then we set the active target to our transform proxy here. But I'm not quite sure why stuff doesn't work. Like, why moving the sky around here doesn't change anything. That's a big question. Like when I say transform proxy on transform changed, add lambda, I get two things. Transform selection set actor transform. I don't think that it will work, but we can try. Like, I care about this guy here. U-transform proxy is used to transform a set of sub-objects. An internal f-transform is generated based on the f-subject set, and the relative f-transform of each sub-object is stored. Then as the main transform is updated, the sub-objects are also updated. Currently only using component sub-objects are supported. If only one sub-object is set, the main transform is the sub-object transform. If only one sub-object is set, the main transform is the sub-object transform. Or is the main transform centered? Well, there is also one more thing that could have some stuff to say in regards of that, and that is this transactions here. And this is active target. Set active target. Reinitialize Gizmo trans. Set new Gizmo transform. So I guess it is this will happen in the Gizmo component. Transform update delegate handler above. Okay, for now, edit test. That's not how things are supposed to work. Whatever. Sadly, that seems to not work. Where the fuck is the Gizmo? Why is it over there? And you can see it doesn't change anything. Like, if I click on it again, we're back over here. Will happen in the transform updated delegate handler above. Gizmo component. But I mean, this has to be set then at some point. Ah. Probably over here, huh? Let's check that pretty quickly. Nope. Nothing happens. The fuck? Hmm. So in this says it then goes and runs the set transform function. Okay, it actually does that, okay. Update objects. For each object, we currently have like one object in there, which is the root component. Of that guy over here. Relative location. Okay. Relative transformed, shared transform. So this here is a new translation. Okay. Why do you not do anything? Oh! Oh! It works for the player! My goodness. Ooh! But like... why does it not work for any other object? I need a moving object or a moving or a creature or whatever. How about you? You also do not work. This is annoying. Need a creature. Are here any creatures? Doesn't look like it. I hear some creatures. Can I move the power slug? I guess not. Nope. But why is the player the only thing I can move around? I need other things. Unbelievable. Why does nothing except the character work? I don't think that the mantra will work. Or do you? I cannot even click you. Why is it just you? I mean, there has to be a reason. Unreal Engine set actor transform not working. Oh, right. What is this guy here? When I say add component, modify component on transform. This modify thing is a weird thing. With editor. Well, okay, it doesn't do anything. Okay. So it didn't matter. What is the shared transform? Hello, jumped to for a couple of minutes. Welcome, Casper Frank. Welcome to the stream. We're working on trying to get the interactive tools framework running and satisfactory, so that we have now 3D tools. But it's hard. cost AFG buildable. Selection. Like, how does micromanage do it? Oh, it actually might be really just a visual update thingy majig issue. Considering the state gets saved. But like... Huh. So it maybe is indeed just the update issue. At least for this guy, the state got saved. Somehow. Will there be a LOD override to make better screenshots and videos? Maybe. I don't know how to change these settings. So at some point, yes, but probably. But right now we are having major changes in editor and stuff, and yeah. And we're gonna focus on that first. I have to like update. Let's rerun construction scripts. Wait, who did micro? Who made micromanage? Does someone know? FicsIt-App. 2 to 11. Made it. Does he use some CPP? He uses CPP, but the question is... Seems like today I'm dum-dum and don't notice that you're streaming. I said at the beginning of the stream, Boris is your first! Drachwax was not the first! What is wrong? Transform component. Saved mobility. Set mobility movable. Set world transform. And then it sets the mobility back to static. Huh. So is it due to the mobility? Maybe it is, but maybe it's not, I'm not sure. So but at times it seems like it's probably thinking someone in another room away from PC, so yeah. Okay. I will show you a video, but before that... Let's see. Damn it! Even rerunning construction scripts doesn't work. Okay, we're gonna try to do the same then. Maybe it doesn't even call that. Let's add a UE log. Log war. Log temp. Warning. Text. Meep. Okay, so what we're doing here is we set the mobility to movable. Selection. Get a root component. We set it to movable, then we set the actor transformation or world transform. Selection, get root component, set world transform. And then we set the mobility back. Selection, get a root component. And then last but not least, after this here, selection, get root component. Let's see. Though I have to say that the person with the maintain shit is pissing me off quite a bit. Which person with maintain shit? You mean the image I sent on the server? Or what do you mean? Yeah, the guy, yeah, that pisses me off too. If you make it perfect, they expect everything to be perfect, including things outside your control that's how you're getting blamed for. Yeah, but that doesn't allow you justify to create shit software. Oh, by the way, on the FicsIt Discord, so if you have seen it, I don't know if I have put it into the thing, but it seems like the only language he apparently knows is SQL. And he doesn't want to learn a second language. Wow. Okay, so this here is, by the way, Drachwa X. Just a small video I want to show you. This is one satisfactory session, and we have like multiple camera objects there with scene captures and blah blah blah, a lot of stuff, and yeah, and then we have 3 additional windows showing the 3 different additional cameras at runtime in real time. This may be the main idea. So that's just a small little proof of concept there, and the main idea why I have created this is like idea for BrainDG's build battles, so that you can have like a few for the multiple arenas at the same time. It's extra camera feeds, I guess. Seems interesting, and it's quite good for some stuff. Yep, that's actually pretty good. Extra camera feeds. Yeah, that's how you could call it. I'm gonna send that on the Satisfactory Modding Discord because I haven't done that so yet. Okay, I don't know why it disappears. Is it just so small, or why does it disappear? Lel. Why does some stuff disappear while doing so? Nice. Oh, and Panel, do you just wanna get together sometime on Discord and work a bit more on NADB on the weekend, since we do still have to decide some stuff? Can do that later in DMs if you don't want to talk about it here. Yes. Probably better. I want to get this moving around done, but it doesn't want how I want to. And I make decision-making stuff disappear. Yeah. Pretty much. Can I prevent the transform proxy from actually doing this? Wait. From doing this stuff here? Set transform selection get transform. Okay, process transformation. Hold on. Selection is valid. Actor component. Get components by class. Use scene component. Scene component. Attach. Parent. Trans. If it doesn't have a parent, you then get the transform. If the is set same. There. Set rotation. Modify. Transform. And then there is transform component. System selection refresh material. Whatever system is. Refresh material. Selection. And there is a refresh material function. Why? I don't get it. Why does it disappear? And by the way, also, why is there a small little offset in regards of the rotation? Actually, I maybe have an idea. Are they perhaps there? No, no, they are not. At least it doesn't seem like it that they are down here. Is that all counted as foliage or what? I hate that. Had no effect? I don't think so. And good evening, Odium. Good evening. Like... Why does this guy work properly? But like not these? Or like, these here, why the fuck do they work? I'm so annoyed. Heterohex, how are you? And how are you, Panna? I'm fine, but I'm a bit frustrated right now because this transform gizmo doesn't work as I want to. Void test proxy proxy get world and pragma optimize off. on. I always just put breakpoints there, but this is a bit too complicated for that. Breakpoints don't properly work inside of lambdas for whatever reason, or at least inside of lambdas inside of other lambdas. They don't work there. I don't know. I'm annoyed. See, too complex. Stop it. Add static test. By the way, after that, we're gonna have to figure out how to make the input handler a little bit better. Because I'm annoyed at the input handling right now. Hope you had a nice B-Day, yeah. Yep, I had a very, very good... I don't know how you call that in English. Give me a second. So, like, we went to a... So I simply went to a restaurant with my family. There you go. Roast beef with onions. I had a very good roast beef with onions. A good Zwiebelrostbraten. Ah. Do you have brothers and or sisters? I have one brother. One annoying older brother. I mean, yummy. It was very yummy. God, this just makes me want to roast some stuff. I am an older brother. No. So you're such an annoying dude. No, I mean, the younger brothers are annoying to the older brothers, and the older brothers are annoying to the younger brothers. To a sister in my case, though. Huh. Boop. No, this transform is a proper transform. It has quite the rotation. What does the scale say though? Scale is 110, so scale is also good. But why does it disappear then? Okay, so this selection is a buildable foundation. Okay. And this is an actor and is a root component. Let's search for the root component. There it is, root component. And this has a scale of 111, a relative location of something appropriate, and a relative rotation of 100 degrees. Okay, and why did that shit then disappear? I'm talking to 2211 who made micromanage right now to figure out how to move actors buildables properly. Okay, so it's rather hard to do that. Boom, ba-da-ba-ba-dum, bum, bum. So we have to do some fix for that. Oh. Use scene component. Comp selection. Get scene. Get components. View actor component. Got it. Oh, okay. So, okay, 2211 is watching. Let me quickly try to do that and then boot up the game, and then I will show you what I was working on. So, guys, if you don't know, just as context, I just asked 2211 about how to properly move foundations for this case, just for the proof of concept right now. And I told him that what we are essentially working right now using the interactive tools framework could be really cool for micromanage too. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to say. So maybe, do I have to like say AFG and then like the proxy? No, UFG. UFG colored instance mesh proxy cast UFG colored instance mesh proxy comp proxy. I mean, I need to reapply the stuff. I need to update it essentially, but I have no clue how. Okay, one more. So like, let's try this time again with the rerun construction scripts. So, gonna build and load the game now. By the way, 2 to 11. So like how the input works right now is not final. So this is very crappy input right now, which I'm gonna work on to make that at least better for our in our case at least. So that the input is a little bit better. Because right now, like, if you drag around the thing with the gizmo, you're also moving the camera, and this is obviously something you probably don't want to. So, yeah, that's something, for example, I will have to investigate spend some time on getting into the deeps of the input handling of Unreal Engine to figure out a way to patch that up. But essentially what we got now, so what I got working as set. So like there is some stuff that doesn't work and we need some input stuff there, and I need to fix the input stuff. But at least translation works right now. So there is like, you know, these 3D gizmos in like Blender and stuff, those 3D cursors where you then have the arrows to move the stuff around, or in an Unreal editor. Yeah, we pretty much got those now working kinda inside of Unreal Engine, inside of the game. So I would imagine that this would be cool for micromanage. So that instead of button clicks, you then have like a proper 3D gizmo. I need those in FicsIt-Cam to move the cameras around, essentially, or I want them. But I think it would be something micromanage would want. The special code you have to do only needs to be done once for each object, so actually do that when the bulbs are selected rather than each time it is moved. Oh, okay. And what is that? Okay, so so now, like, I have the cursor here, and like I can click on the objects to get then one of those 3D gizmos, and then I'm supposed to be able to move those around, essentially. Oop. So like I can then drag them around here like that. The problem is just like, yeah, so foundations don't work, but conveyors work, so I can select the conveyor and then move that guy around. Also, scale works too. So, yeah. Rotation. Oh, rotation also works. There you go. But yeah, as you can see, it's right now a bit annoying that the camera moves with that guy, but yeah, you have a proper gizmo now. And I thought this is cool for micromanage. So, yeah. There's that. I like that you can select the different objects here. So set the mesh instance. Okay. So if I understand correctly, do I have to set that to true essentially? Or alright, you said like when selecting, right? Hold on, then I maybe should do that in the selection guy. So selection interaction or set selection. And it's probably better if I do that over here, huh? False to move, true when done moving. Okay. So move implementation out of class scope. Now we're gonna include the things we need here. Okay, set mesh instance. So, okay, what we do is we say if actor is valid, we then set mesh instance actor true when done moving. So this is your for. Okay, wait, actually, hold on. So we say selection. So if there was already a selection given, we make it true. Oh, wait. This has to happen for a mesh component. So that means if I want to run that for each mesh component. Okay, so patch actor, a actor, actor bool instanced for you actor component comp in actor get components you mesh component if you mesh component mesh comp cast you mesh component comp set mesh instanced mesh comp instanced T inline component array. Oh, there is a T inline component array. I didn't know about that. Now I know. Thanks for letting me know. Cool. Again, what learned? T inline component array. Okay. Yeah, but I've got it already working here, so still thanks. Okay, so if we select, so if the selection was already present, then we make it remove the selection there. And here we say after we have updated it, selection, or we're gonna patch actor selection to false, which is the new selection essentially. Okay. So, by the way, 2 to 11, is that actually something that would be interesting for you? This gizmo thingy here? Or not? Like, I have to first, like, get the get the input better working, so that the camera, for example, doesn't move and stuff. But yeah. I'm sorry, I stepped away because nature called. Don't worry. It's just that I asked 2-11 a bit about patching, fixing something so that we can transform at least foundations. And if these gizmos would be actually something interesting for micromanage. Maybe it would help the users to see what the primary axes are for the anchor selection, but micromanage works if the player moves the directions change to. I don't quite what do you mean. I mean, the big difference is here, like, you have to use your that you can use the cursor here to then place the objects around, and also do the rotation and scaling there without the button presses. Or like the dedicated tools there. Because like just making the gizmo visible is even easier. I mean, that's really easy. You just have to like create a gizmo object, a transform gizmo object. You just have to create this this thing. It also creates an actor and a transform, actor and a component, and if they exist, they show then right away one of such a gizmo. So if it's just showing that, it's really straightforward. Heat transform gizmo actor. There you go. Transform gizmo actor type tended to be used with you transform gizmo and an instant visual representation of the gizmo. There's an undo for any action, so if it doesn't move like you expect, then you can undo and adjust. Yeah, it's just like I thought maybe it would be something you may be interested in, but if not, still thanks for helping me out here. Holy shit. That doesn't look healthy. Oh, oh no. Aww. Also, the gizmo isn't aligned properly. Why the fuck? Huh? Okay. But yeah, it works. Cool, thanks. Cool. That conveyor. Damn. After dragging it around, it appears again. Huh. Very weird. Why is it in a slight angle there? It's weird. And also going beyond that is also weird why it doesn't work. No problem. And belts get quite strange when adjusted. Okay, so confusing, the restream chat. Why? Why confusing? No, 211. This was not like FicsIt-Cam doesn't really want to move objects around. Maybe at some point, then I probably would have to talk to you again. But like not right now. So like the main idea is because like in FicsIt-Cam you right now are able to have multiple cameras, and I want you to be able to click on a camera and then like use such a gizmo to move around. And like being able to move these foundations around is just for the sake of a proof of concept, essentially, to show okay, like 3D gizmos work. Great. So yeah. That is the main concern here. Still, thanks for your help. And if you want to get such a gizmo, just ask me or look at the FicsIt Networks code. I'm gonna clean up some stuff and then make a commit for base stuff. There is not much to it yet, so it's still rather small what you have to do there, but yeah, bit annoying though. That doesn't change. Okay. Like ones that have already been moved? Work. But ones that haven't been moved? Don't. Weird. Okay, have you completed Skyrim? No. Odium? No. I haven't played Skyrim for a long time now. So, okay, now let's continue with all of that stuff here. Mainly with like getting interactions working again. So that's like the main idea here. So we need to be able to... I would recommend Fallout New Vegas anyway. Oh gosh. Okay. So, the two things we have to mainly focus on is the FIC editor and the FIC editor camera character, because the FIC editor camera character is the guy that who actually like gets the input of the left mouse buttons and the right mouse buttons. So, okay, U function void right mouse press. Right mouse button pressed, presto, and press. There you go. And this stuff here. You didn't like that remark? No, it's just, it's neutral. I don't care. You could say. Okay, let's get rid of all of that. Ah, even worse. Fine, I will deal with it. Okay. So, then we have Focus UI, which is not what we want to do anymore. So, I want to have to handle this stuff here. So, set control view bool be control view void and then we say bool is control view, which returns be control view. And that here is be in control view. So that means we're gonna have here a bool be control view, which is defaultly set to true, I guess. And now the question, what does it do? So first of all, we check if it first of all, we set be control view to be in control view. And after that, we're gonna go in an if control view. And in here, we just simply do the two different things that has to happen when you say we're controlling the view or we are not controlling the view. So if we're saying we control the view, we have to tell the player that we want to capture how does that work again? Input mode, set input mode. Set input mode UI only. EX. F input mode, UI only, input mode, set lock mouse to viewport behavior. And then player controller set input. Gonna do that by ourselves so we don't use the blueprint library, instead we do that directly. Set lock to viewport behavior. So there is E mouse lock node. Lock on capture. Do not lock. Okay, but so there is input mode UI only, input mode database, abstract base class, update level stream level status, game end UI, game input mode game only. So like this is what we're gonna want to do here. So game F input mode game only. Set consume capture mouse down. Whether the mouse down that causes capture should be consumed and not passed to player input. We do not want that. False. Okay, so what we then say is give me the player controller. Like I wish there is like, I mean, we are a player character. Why can't we then get access to the player controller directly? Why do we have to cast that first? A player controller. This annoys me a bit. A player controller player and then player show mouse cursor false. And this here is now input mode UI only. Set The problem is the UI only mode. When I click into the viewport, I do not pass the input event down to the character. It gets stuck somewhere. And that is not good. But I may have an idea for that. I think I have an idea for that. I mean, we can just tell the editor to redirect the mouse button down event if we are clicking on the viewport. I mean, we do not do anything else in the event here. We just say, oh, okay, left mouse button down has happened, or left mouse button up has happened. That's what we tell the input router. So we can also handle that partially by the editor. But I definitely want the input capture to be handled now by the camera character instead of the editor here. It just makes more sense. Good night, PandaDragoX. I'm signing off. Okay, thank you very much for tuning in, Odium. See you next time. I don't know when the next time will be. Maybe on Saturday. Till then, bye-bye. Set widget to focus. Nope. Lock mouse to viewport behavior. E mouse lock mode. Do not lock. And then obviously player set show mouse cursor to true. Okay. So now we can go up here and you can see focus UI doesn't exist anymore. So what you do instead is boop and like temporary viewport focus is now set to false, so we do not want to have the control view anymore. So we go to there. Set control view false. So how does the editor handle its stuff right now? So because it has this on focus changing and the preview key down thingamajig. It doesn't care. So we are just using. Actually, no, toggle cursor may still be a thing, but we definitely don't care about down here. Okay, so I want to have the context, and I need the get player character, and then I can like use the set control view function, and then I say yes, we are now controlling the view. Oh, and we can say temporary. Okay, wait, hold on. Set. Okay, what we're gonna do is we say control view. Nah. So we're gonna add a second boolean there. Bool B is temporary, which is default set to false. Okay, because bool B is temporary because we can now say control view temp B is temporary. So then we go back in here and then we say bool, which is false. Okay. And the great thing is the editor context doesn't have to handle that anymore. So now I can go in here and get rid of this here. I can also get rid of this here. Temp cursor position. Let's keep that also. Why not? Vector to last cursor position, because now in our set function here, like I said, before I go into the control view mode, I'm gonna check if the control... Okay, wait. It's gonna check if the in control view is the same as the control view. Because if that's the case, I'm gonna do nothing. Return. Okay. Control view temp. Gonna move that down here. Okay. So that if we are in control view already, you can even update the temporary state. Which is cool. Okay, so yeah, then we return. We just skip that thing. Okay, otherwise we do that. And what we're gonna do before that is last cursor position, fslate application get cursor position. Wait, it doesn't want... I thought it wants a player. Apparently it doesn't. Why not then? Okay, and here... But here we're gonna say, do they differ? So if the in control view is not the same as the other one, so that means like the B control view is not set, we then say slate application get cursor set cursor position and last cursor position. Okay. And then we don't need this here. Then we can just say B control view temp. So if it is temporary, we then like Dakoba! How goes? Dakoba, thank you very much for following and welcome to the Coders Club. Gonna remove that. I will show you something. Okay, okay. Let me show you a video. I'm just so proud of the about this. It's not really much about being proud, but it's cool. You have multiple camera directions at the same time. You could record with OBS. Different camera feeds at the same time in different windows. From the same game session. And right now I'm working on 3D Gizmos. What that means, I guess you will see in a second. If you stay here for a moment. So, set cursor position, we can ignore that. That's the cool thing about that. We just set the control view to false. Cool. So then we have this set up now. So if we go over here, we have our control view with our temporary, and here we have our toggle cursor. Okay, I want to add to our player character here toggle control view toggle essentially. Control view toggle. Should be pretty straightforward how to do that. So we simply go over here and then we do control view toggle. And then we say set control view to be control view, but the opposite of it. That makes me excited because of my new project, working on filming epic combat scenes. Damn! Then I guess particle systems, if I get them ever to work, would be also cool for you, huh? But like I'm completely like reworking a lot of stuff in regards of the editor right now. This is unbelievable. Okay, so if we are pressing with the right mouse button, I set control view to true and true. I guess. On focus changing. That's a bit weird. Preview key down. On mouse button up. Okay, so yeah, this here is something we have to think about. And that is if the mouse event is get affecting button is E keys left mouse button. Okay, and the viewport has children. Game viewport has any user focus or focused descendants. We are then triggering this of the subsystem. So that means we go into editor subsystem get if we edit the subsystem, it's an actor. There you go. Get editor subsystem, and I say context. And here I then say on left mouse up. And then I need mouse down. I do not have a mouse down yet, or what? On mouse button up. No, I don't. Okay. Virtual F reply. On mouse button down. Generate definition. This time down. Oh, and we're gonna return with an F reply. Handled. So, if I could type handled, that would be good. Let's try out the new system. The new handle there. In what do you need more power, Dakoba? In what regard? Not sure yet. Okay. So you need more power, but you don't know what kind of power. Or in which sense. Got it. Would love to have the camera be able to fixate on the player so I don't have to predict all my movements. Yeah, like, I'm gonna work here a bit on the scene system. It will take some time, but I want to like create a system that's more flexible and allowing you to even have some more specific set configurations, like focus on object. I probably have to redo or like refactor the attribute system once more because of that, so that I can have property attribute drivers similar to Blender that then control that stuff, maybe. So we will see. We will see, guys. Yeah, I would love to get the particle systems going. It would be cool to add smoke and flame effects and etc. around the scenes as well. So I have tried to create a very simple proof of concept for particle systems yet, but they didn't show up. So like there were no particle effects. I don't know. I have to investigate on that to create something better. But like before I want to go into the deeps of something like that, I want to first like get a good system working where I have then like non-attribute details and attribute details to animate stuff and control things, being able to create different objects, because right now the add button only adds new cameras. I want the ability that you can rearrange the scene objects, which is not the case yet. So there are things, and there are a ton of bug fixes that have to happen. And instead I'm working on a new feature, which are 3D gizmos. Wow. So like in the graph view there are 2 known bugs. The new Boolean attributes, for example, do not work in terms of grabbing around the keyframes, and the fit all function here doesn't work properly. 2 things that annoy me. God damn it. Seems to not work. For fuck's sake. Okay, so left click. Ah. Okay, so so if I'm in here, I can do left click apparently. Kinda. It's a like it uses the cursor. It's weird. It's simply weird. But if I'm outside here, it doesn't work right now. So you're doing great, man. Don't let me be backseat driver. Keep on doing your thing. It's working awesome. Why? Foundations are broken right now? No. And to be film from multiple angles will make things much easier as well. Ah, okay. So by the way, Dockable, that's what we're working on right now. 3D gizmos. So you can click on it and then drag stuff around. We already got it working, but then the camera also moved. So I'm like refactoring some code here right now, essentially in regards of some input handling. And yeah, and we are working on these gizmos here. At some point I just need to learn to mod satisfactory. There's so many little things I want. Today I realized want the rifle to fire tracer sounds. Oh, but sounds or modding sounds, I'm not quite sure about that. modding sounds is, yeah. Freaking WiiWise. Everyone hates WiiWise, even Coffee Stain Studios hates it. So, yeah. Okay, well, so the question is, why do they not work? Beep. Boop. So they do get only the up event? Huh? Why does it only get the up event? Huh? It only gets the freaking up event. It doesn't get the down event. Why? And why does the up event trigger twice? Weird. So like changing to UI only means that if I click onto the viewport here, that this stuff here gets triggered, but like only the up events. This is so stupid that only the up events get triggered. Oh! No, that's preview key down. Do we have a different key, preview function hooked? No, we didn't. Okay. Come on. Why does mouse button down not work? Like, I do not want to enable the... I want the UI only, but it doesn't seem to fully work as I intend to. F input mode. I mean, you can try. I mean, game and UI could also work, but set lock mouse to viewport, no. During capture, have to hide the cat during temporary mouse capture caused by mouse down. Yeah, I don't want this to happen, you know. Do we have okay, so we do we have left mouse button downs still? We theoretically do have those. How do we get out of there? So there is also like, we could like make this here and then like set the that here. Input mode, set consume capture mouse down to false. And then there is the input, and then we set the input mode. And then instead we just leave the set show mouse cursor to true. So that's the only setting we change here then, technically. The problem is I expect it to now move around when I move the cursor around. Which is not really what we want. So what I may have to do is to then add to all our axes and actions there a small if that allows us to check in which kind of mode we are and then apply the changes accordingly so that we can then ignore the stuff properly. But my questions then is if keystroke events, for example, do get propagated outwards, or if they stay inside of the game viewport, or if this input stuff here only matters in regards of the cursor movement. That's something that we would want to know, but we do not right now. Alright, also, Dockable, I forgot. Also, one thing I want to do is I want to have make finally the graph view to be able that you can select keyframes instead of clicking at them and then they get destroyed. And instead I want to have a selection system in there so they can select the keyframes and then move all the keyframes at once around or delete them. Continue. Confirm. I simply want to work to change the editor behavior quite a bit. I also want to, like, for the renderer that you are able to see how far the rendering progress is and stuff. Maybe better that you can decide the rendering output folder or whatever. A lot of things. I have a lot of ideas. And right now, at least, the motivation to do it. Yeah, you can see it moves around even though I have my cursor now. But you can see, Dockable, see that? Ah, and I essentially want that for and I want to have the same thing, but for the cameras. So you can because I want you to be able to add multiple cameras essentially. Why did you? Hello? Okay. So like when you can add multiple cameras right now, like that, and then you have the second camera, and like what I want is that you then can just say I click on it, and then I have my gizmo there, and then I can move the camera around, and with that, so that you don't need to always be in that view and then move the camera yourself around to be able to change the path. Or so like because right now the only ways to change a camera's position is like you move it around when you're in the view, when you lock to it, or when you are editing these values directly. But that's like uncool. So what I want to be able instead is like disable the lock viewport to camera, then have a look at the cameras like that instead, and then like use the gizmo to then move the camera in 3D space, and maybe then use the same tag I used for the 3 additional windows to add a small little preview window here, so you're able to see what the camera is looking at, and then you have a small little preview there. So similar to how the Unreal editor does it. And I think that improves the workflow of creating camera animations. I'm not quite sure what's your feedback on that, but I would say, but I think that's like something that would be really cool. Being able to move the cameras around in 3D space with a gizmo instead of always having to go there and then move it around. As well as then having, and then also, but still having a preview there. I think that's cool. I'm not quite sure if you think it's cool, but I think it's cool. Oh, by the way, I think I know why it's so weird. Because it's in global space and not local. The gizmo. That's why it's not aligned properly. God. Okay. I'm not quite sure in what kind of mode are we right now. In what kind of mode are we there? Game only with cursor. But I'm a bit worried. It's like if I click down here, I cannot go out of the window here. I mean, you don't want that. So, okay, I think it doesn't matter really. But we need to stop this movement. And how are we gonna do that? Well, of course, with the is control view option and a lot of ifs. If is control view, and then we return. If we are not, return. In next keyframe, we're actually not we do not care about that, do we? Actually, I want to let's move forward. Let me keep that move forward for now. I want to check something. So at least rotation should not happen anymore, which was the main problem for Gizmo weirdness. Oh, and also, wait. We're gonna try to check out local. Oh, I think it was in here. No? Oh, transform into action. No. It's not in the render context. I think it's in the queries. There it is. Local. I don't know why you have to change that in the global thing, but I think you can change it in the Gizmos directly. So they use this as a default value, but I think the Gizmos are able to have this info separately, so you can override it essentially. Such a big mod. So much C++ code. I mean, FicsIt Networks is bigger, way more bigger, but still. Oh, I love the software architect stuff. It's so funny. It's so lovely. Dun, dun, dun. I want to turn. Oh god. Huh? Why is the cursor not visible? At least the camera doesn't rotate anymore. Oh. Huh? Fuck. It's as if the cam character. Where the frick? Show mouse cursor is true when we are not in the control view. Oh my goodness. It's flipped. My fault. Oh, boys and girls. Hum. Nice! Look at that, guys! And that works too. Okay, but the saving cursor position doesn't work. But like... Oh, isn't that cool? Come on, that's cool. It is, right? I want to play with those gizmos all day long. Ooh. Better than nothing. Ooh, whoa. By the way, does this local stuff now work? I haven't tried. Yes! Or looked it up, but yes. Oh, local gizmos are way better. Local gizmos are lovely. Look at those local gizmo. Look at that local gizmo magic. Very cool. I love it. I'm hyped for that. For whatever reason, this is cool. I love it. I absolutely gluten love it. I don't know if you understand, but how amazing this is. But it's really cool. Like, look at it. I could play with those all day long. I guess we're gonna make we should make a recording of it, and yeah, and then post it on the Discord. Hold on. Okay. I cannot get out of there. Only when I then do a left click again. So like, okay, I do a right click now, and now I cannot get out of the viewport with the cursor. But if I do a left click now I can get out. Interesting. Not quite sure why though. Like this happens with right mouse release. We say, okay, where we're in control view temp, which should be here the true. Set control, we go into temp, and then we set the control view to false. Why does that happen? Why do I have to do a left click first after that? I mean, a left click shouldn't change anything. Left click should be unrelated to that. Oh, and I haven't tried the move forward and etc. Right, and if we were previously in the control view, then we set the current position, the cursor position. I mean, context, editor, context, widget, editor, get play, no, I need the subsystem for that. Whatever then. Why, after right click, why can I not get out? Right, hold on. Editor. Okay, it doesn't seem like a focus change is happening here. Something else. Or maybe it is a focus change. What happens if I say in the camera character player focus? No. There is somewhere a focus game viewport function. Focus game. Set focus to game viewport in the U widget blueprint library. Maybe that solves the issue. Maybe it doesn't. You know, guys, this is actually quite rewarding, because like I knew about the interactive tools framework for like a half a year or whatever, or even longer, and I always wanted to add it for FicsIt-Cam, but like getting into it was rather tricky just out of pure code. But like there is now this article, but that was already there for like half a year or whatever, about how the interactive tool framework works. A very, very long article that took quite some time to read most of it, but and that really helped me out, and also with some more experience in regarding of the input system and character shit, etc. I thankfully was able to finally today get this freaking system working, the interactive tools framework, and yeah, I'm very, very happy. I don't know if you understand how happy I am, but like this is really, really cool. That's something I wanted to have for so long, being able to interact with the world via cursor. And now I can, and I love it. I absolutely gluten love it. So I can now move around, and I'm still, no, still doesn't work. God damn it. Maybe I have to set the focus to the outer stuff then, instead of the viewport. Then it's very likely will work. But okay. The problem is, it's just then needs a reference to that editor widget. Anyway, here we are. Okay, now I wanted to check. Okay, so I don't have, so like if I set, so this thing here is now focused. Okay, so as long as the if the viewport itself is not focused, input events don't go in there. But if like I was in here and the cursor is visible and you then input something, it goes directly in there to the movement. Okay, so there is that. But like the other movements are blocked, so like because we have made a check for that. But if I'm controlling the view, even the cursor and all the movement works. Okay, rotation seems to be bugged. I'm not quite sure about that, so we're gonna have to investigate there. But like the other movements here work. So like sideways, because that doesn't work if you're in this mode. Forward does, because we have removed the check, but sideways doesn't, only here when we also move around the view. Okay, and what so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna make a recording. I just want to post that on the modding Discord. Okay. So for that, I'm gonna deactivate the face cam pretty quickly. Go into desktop mode. I'm gonna mute the music. Frick, I just noticed the face cam is there. My goodness. I have to do all the things again. So let's do it again. There we go. Now there's there we go at the end. No, it's not? I thought there was. Or was there? I can't hear anything. Whatever. Doesn't seem to have recorded something. Okay. Now let's post that. Okay. So, gonna open up a new bottle of Spezi. Nice. So, okay, so what we're gonna do now is, I don't know, there are multiple things we could work on, guys. You guys can essentially decide. Either we're gonna work on the add button to support multiple different object types now, which would be cool. We could work on making the UI dockable so that you have these in different pans essentially, and then you can move them around to a different layout. So just like this year's, you can like this year put it out, and then you have like here your own a new window for that specifically, or which you can resize there, for example. But you can also plug it into a different location. The docking system for Ride is apparently really slow. But yeah, that it can relay out your stuff fully customizable. That's something we could work on. Or we could work on the scene object selection system, which is something that has to be put into the editor context or in its own structure, but that's being held by the editor context, where you then can say you select something, and this selection operation that you can then access from everywhere. What object got selected? That this object does get selected in 3D space accordingly, and that all the different important stuff updates, like the details panel down here, that it down here, for example, automatically selects the position of that given object with a priority system or not. We could fix the fit all over there. We could fix the I button, because like I toggling the keyframes, that doesn't work right now due to the new way of how attributes are handled and stuff. So we could work on that. We could work on selection of the keyframes in the keyframe panel to move them around. We could fix the bool attributes in the graph view. And we could further work on the gizmos that you can select cameras. Well, let's decide to go to bed, since I probably have tomorrow a long day. So good night. Good night, Drachwax. Thank you very much for watching and tuning in. See you next time. Lugaloo, tell me, what should I do then? Because Drachwax doesn't want to tell me. Like, I would want to, I tend to like work on the dockable system because it would be really cool. But there I actually had crashing struggles, and crashing struggles are better than, are not better, are worse than not working struggles. If stuff doesn't work, that's worse than having struggles with crashes. You don't know why they are why they are there. So I guess Drachwax, Lugaloo, Dakoba, if you're still here, maybe you could tell us what to do. For now, let's commit. Let's commit that first. Edit the camera actor. Is Lugaloo? Is my mind playing tricks? No, I said Lugaloo. Because the question is what we're gonna do now, what we're gonna do next. Well, the next thing is we're gonna work on. And then I listed a couple of options. So, Dakoba, what would you say about the editor being dockable? So, like, that's something I have to investigate because I'm not quite sure how that would turn out. Like, crashing troubles seems like priority. Well, crashing troubles in terms of I have already tried a bit. Like with a small, more like a proof of concept thingy to get dockable system working, and I also got it kind of working, but I also got crashing troubles while trying to do that dockable stuff. So there are no really crashes right now. So like I can list again all the things I know for sure that have to be done. And then like dockable, like the dockable thing is now like something I would want. Okay, so the things that have to be done is make the add button for adding new objects to our scene, be able to discover, and that you are actually able to select different object types, because right now you can only select cameras. You can only add cameras. Second thing would be that you can rearrange the objects inside of the scene, because the higher up the object, the higher the priority, for example, is, so that you can rearrange those either via two buttons in here or via drag and drop. Drag and drop would be cooler, buttons are more easier. Third thing would be that we support, we add a system that these objects can have additional custom details that are then inserted into the details panels below the attribute details, because these are the attribute details which can be animated. But like I also want to have like details for objects that cannot be animated. Because, for example, I want to have a particle system object, and then the particle system object, there you can then select what particle system you want, but this cannot be changed inside of an animation or whatever. Next thing would be fix the fit all button here for our graph view. Fix the Boolean attribute in the graph view that you can drag around the keyframes. Add a selection system for the keyframes so that you can select a group of keyframes, move the group around. Add a global scene object selection system that you that depending on what object you select up here in your scene view, that this is stored globally and can be accessed from everywhere. And then also does some delegate updates so that the details panel, for example, updates properly, or what camera down here should be shown in the graph view, that it automatically switches to the given object, and that it also selects the given object in the 3D space. And for that, we also have to get work a little bit more with the gizmos, that we are able that you can actually select a 3D camera in space, so that you can click on a camera and then have the gizmo there to then manipulate the camera. And that's also something that needs to be done. And then there are also like other stuff like completely getting the animation system to move over to the scene system now with conversions in there, updating all the commands, make it so that we can actually render stuff again, that we actually can play stuff again because those commands don't work, that we are properly cleaning up the editor because that's also not the case right now. There are a lot of things that have to be done, but I want to also do other stuff because it's so exciting. Because like today we did the Gizmos, which was really cool, getting the interactive tools framework working, having 3D tools, really cool. And yeah, and next really cool thing that would be nice to have would be Dockable Ui. And what Dockable means, I just showed. So like that you have like this is a tab list, and you can like drag one tab out to have a separate window or whatever, for example. Or over here that you can drag something out and have a separate window or whatever. That would be also cool to have. Right is not good in regards of that. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second, guys. Sorry, I got some messages and showed discussions regarding the Gizmo video I posted in Work in Progress. Uh, uh, okay. I'm, in my useless opinion, Dockable is nice, but not a priority. The left side menu seems to be on the key. Is one of the key frame. Bad joke, sorry, not sorry. Key features. So working on that seems like a good idea, I think. Yeah, the problem is just like, you said like the left panel. Like making it dockable changes the whole UI, quite a bit of the UI there. So like right now, this here is like, you can see, this is separated here, where you can move around. But like when we use a dockable, it's clearly defined via lines that this here is one panel, this here is one panel, and this here is one panel, and this up here is also one panel. It will have some outlines essentially that make it clear. Okay, this is this structure, and this is that structure. Okay. So yeah, so this here is interactive tools framework base. Wait, did I have the particle system yeah, I don't want that. We do not want the particle system here yet. Okay, particles. So we got that now. Okay. So we have committed that. I want to try out the docking stuff. I just want to try it out. Okay. So let's try to do that. Gonna be interesting. So first of all, we have to go to the class where all of that magic happens, which is here. So this is the main structure. It just has a couple of panels, and like the details panels is then split into 3 different things. But this here is the groundwork, because it also controls the viewport. So this is the most important thing right now. So for that, first of all, let's do some research. So we care about docking, and there is like a window manager or docking manager or something. Dock is a master? No. Dock window. Dock tab stack. Dockable tab. What is the difference between a dock tab and a dockable tab? So like this looks like dockable tab. Docking area, dockable. Okay, what is the difference between a dock tab, a tab widget that also holds on to some content that should be shown when this tab is selected? Intended to be used in conjunction with docking tab stack. Okay, so wait, we are here located in widgets docking. Can I open that up in the editor? So just I can see what files we do have in this. Okay, wow. We have literally dockable tab, dock tab, and dock tab stack. Let's have a look at the dockable tab. The dockable tab. A tab widget that holds to some content that should be shown when this tab is selected. Intended to be used in conjunction with dock tab stack. Can you explain to me what the difference is? The fuck? Dock tab versus dockable tab. Oh, Dakoma! My goodness. You're speaking from a monetization and project management perspective, and clearly from one that sacrificed quality and pride of work for money. It is my opinion that a lot of the bad in the world could be attributed to trying to shortchange people in order to make a quick buck. And that the world might be a better place if more people took pride in the work they did and did a quality job. Aww. Oh, this straight into the heart. I love it. Oh. I totally agree with that. Oh. Okay, so dock. Oh yeah, yeah, totally hard. Look. I placed a little heart there. I saw. Oh my goodness. This guy, the guy deserves it. My goodness, my experience that talk about sacrificing quality and pride for money as if it's a bad thing. Oh, the first comment is to sacrifice you for money. I guess you are just simply in the wrong company then. What the fuck? My goodness. My goodness. Dock tab. Dock. Dock. I know there was like one manager essentially for a lot of the dock related stuff. Docking area. Now, to be clear, I work for an organization I want to believe in and give them 100%. But I also have trust that I won't, or rather can't, be casually discarded when I'm not longer needed. Meanwhile, a lot of my friends have worked themselves out of a job. Honestly, okay, well, is he American? Can it be that he's American? Because, like, at least in Germany, if you have a proper not time limited contract at a company, which is very often the case, especially in a job like especially in any IT job, you can't be fired easily. Like, there has to be a really good reason. Like, there are so many steps involved to get you fired. I guess this is just simply a bad company then. When you're probably American, yes. Yes, the company gonna sacrifice you first, but you shouldn't be like them and sell your soul for money. Yeah. Okay, so docking error represents the root node in a hierarchy of dock nodes. Maybe we're gonna have to investigate on dock nodes to fully grasp parent window. The window whose content area this dock area is directly embedded within. By default, should manage parent window is set to true, which means that the dock area will also destroy the window when the last tab goes away. Assigning a parent window also allows the docking area to embed title area widgets. It's not easy to be without a job in IT. Yes. I mean, maybe in America, maybe there the market for them is oversaturated, but here in Germany, certainly not. Like, no. They scream. They scream for pretty much everybody except economics. Except business dudes. It's so funny. I love it. let's have a look at the docking node. A node in the docking tab hierarchy. Any S docking node can be either a stack of tabs or a splitter. I know there is like a manager or whatever, because it also stores, it is able to serialize the docking arrangement, etc. Tab manager. There it is, the F tab manager. This guy is it. Oh, in Germany is missing devs. Interesting. Oh, yes. Yes. I mean, yes. I mean, as Germany pretty much searches everybody except business dudes. So, like, even if you are house technician, house electrician or whatever, you are wanted. The problem is just in those kinds of fields, you probably, okay, maybe not, but like, Germany has a lot of jobs to offer. We need a lot of people, but educated people. Do they pay well? I would say yes. Yeah, it's not too bad. No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm not in that. I don't know how much they do. It probably then depends on the job, but I can certainly tell you, if you know what you're doing, if you're educated, it's not that tricky to get a job. I think it's not like, yeah. But in general, Germany pays well. I think it depends on in what field you are, but we have a good minimum income rate, so it's not too shabby. I think, yeah. So you should not go into like a lone worker thingy majake. That's no good. Or subcontractor thingy, or smaller jobs like for takeout, for like delivery stuff, etc. That's hard to do. But like if you are properly, properly in a company, have a job there with a proper job contractor, unlimited one, then usually you're paying well, especially if you and this is especially the case in regards of industry and IT. So if you're an industrial job or IT job, or I'm not quite sure how what the English word for that is. Second, give me a second. Yeah, crafting jobs. So if you're a handyman in carpentry or house electrician, electrician stuff, or for heating stuff, blah blah blah. Like to live alone. To live alone is certainly harder, and I'm not quite sure about that. The biggest issue here being the rent. So like, you have to pay a lot of taxes. So, but I mean that's normal for EU standards, but I'm not quite sure about that. But I mean, doesn't you have to invest quite not more than Brazil, I can guarantee. So like, you have to invest quite some time to find the correct solution for you, I think. But if you then found it, then yeah, should be pretty good. Like, biggest issue in regards of that is where you live, in what quality, in regards of how much you can spend on rent. What is this? How to make tools in UE4. This is a step-by-step tutorial to write tools for your Unreal project. What is some you're familiar with Unreal already? It's not a tutorial for Slate code. This is a tutorial of its own. There are also a lot of Slate examples in Unreal already. That said, there will be some basic Slate code this tutorial. Create a tab. Example tab tool base. Example module listener interface. Unreal Engine tab manager. And leave Brazil for remote for remote job in Europe. That would be amazing because of the prizes. I have no clue. You have to do your research there, I guess. We can't use the global tab manager because of we need to. We cannot use the global tab manager because we need to instance the diff control. Fuck. What is this info? F tab manager. Framework docking. Is there information regarding docking there? No, it's not. Okay, but if you Slate framework docking, you then have like global tab manager, layout extender, class used for extending default layouts, layout save restore, a proxy tab manager, spawn tab args, tab commands, tab ID, tab manager, tab spawner entry, F workspace item. What is a workspace item? Like if they pay me 2,500 euros, does that mean like after tax or prior to tax? So in Germany, I think it's about like half tax or whatever, but less, I guess. Like you also have like your insurance stuff, and then and also it's very important. Do you own a car or not? You don't need a car. So there are quite some stuff you have to account for that, but like if you say you want 2,500 euros after tax, I guess this is a bit harder. So like I had like after my apprenticeship, when I directly then worked for 3 months, I had for those 3 months prior to tax like 3,500. But I don't know, because it's one of the jobs posting for remote jobs. Oh, it's something around that, which is quite a bit actually. So that's like actually quite a lot after an apprenticeship, because IT. So that means after tax, 1,500 or whatever. That I don't know, because it's one of the job postings for remote jobs. So yeah, okay. So like if this is the case, so like 2,500 euros is the job posting, then I mean I don't know how the taxation is for you, because maybe there is a special program or whatever for less tax. Can be the case. But if I say like 50% tax, then you have like 1,250 over, and I'm not quite sure how much it will then take you to, how much rent and stuff will be, and then you also have the normal stuff you need to eat and stuff. The tax is annual, not monthly. The tax. Huh? Now I'm just confused right now. Sorry, but this just confused me. I gonna focus on the tab spawner now. God damn it. Tab manager. Tab manager. So, what is the global tab? It would be cool if there were some descriptions. Set active tab. Can set active tab. Register nomad tab spawner. Unregister nomad tab spawner. Set application title. Set application title. Make shareable. The salary taxes here is based on everything you earned in the year, not in the month. Okay, yeah, so that's a bit tricky, because like in Germany, usually it's then taxed monthly if you live in Germany. But you also can get your money back if you're doing some a lot of paperwork. At least partially. It depends on what you did and stuff. Okay, well, no. This is then just for the income tax, but you then also have like the insurances and social taxes, which you cannot get back. Yeah, this the tax system is difficult. It's weird and difficult and tricky. I guess you're gonna have to do some research in regards of that. Get major tab from tab manager. Gets the major tab for the manager. What is the major tab? And what is a nomad tab spawner? Registers a new nomad tab spawner with the tab manager. The spawner will be called when anyone calls invoke tab. Nomad tab is a tab that can be placed with major can placed with major tabs or minor tabs in any tab well. Get major tab for tab manager. Gets the major tab. Draw the user's attention to child. New tab manager. Update the native global menu bar if it's being used for specific tab managed by the global tab manager. F on override dockable area restore. Okay, I want to. Okay, let's try something out. So in here, I can say F global tab manager, and then get, and then I can say like register nomad tab. What is the difference between nomad tab spawner and tab spawner? Registers a new tab with a tab spawner with the tab. The spawner will be called when anyone calls invoke tab. What is a nomad tab spawner? Can be placed with major tabs or minor tabs in any tab well. I guess we're gonna go with the tab manager. And then you have a tab name. Let's call it test. Okay? The on-spawn tab, this is a function. So, here I can, this is probably a delegate, where I can then... Okay, so you want that sort of stuff. So I can now provide a lambda there, which allows you to do some stuff. So we want the t-shirt ref doc tab, and you get const f spawn tab args, and you want a doc tab. Okay, so return s new s doc tab, and then I say content. And then I say s box width, set width override 100, set height, set s new. Width override, height override 100, and content being s new as text block, text f text from string test. No. Like that. Can spawn tab. The callback that will be used to ask if is allowed. Guys, we're gonna make a short break. I will be right back, and then we're gonna try to continue here. So, see you in a moment. I'm back again. So, okay, that didn't work. Can spawn tab. If can spawn tab. Create lambda. Okay, and then we say f global tab manager get didn't he mention registers a new spawner will be called when anyone calls invoke tab. Invoke tab. Well, test. Tab entry. Auto entry. ID, or like it wants an F tab ID. F tab ID. Test. Invoke tab is deprecated. Please use try invoke tab instead. Try invoke tab. Let's see what happens if we open up the editor now. So like, by the way, like last time I tried the docking stuff was that I made also the viewport a docking window, and that seemed to be stupid. And I mean, I understand why it's stupid, but the question is, how can we use it, but how can we still use it? Can we use the dockable window, the dockable panels around a widget that's not meant for being dockable? Back to destroy the bugs, then create new ones. Yes. That's pretty much what we do here. Continue and confirm. Okay, so we got this guy here now. It's a bit annoying. Stop that! Doesn't seem to fit anywhere. But what is this? Sub-tab manager. Major tab. What is a major tab? Sub-tab manager. In owner tab. New tab. New tab manager. Owner tab. What does this guy do? The owner tab. A tab that plays too much CSGO. Maybe. I need to stop procrastinating and study. But procrastinating is so good. Docking area represents the root node in a hierarchy of dock nodes. Initial content. Parent window. The window whose content area, the dock area, is directly embedded within. By default, should manage parent window is set to true, which means that the dock area will also destroy the window when the last tab goes away. Assigning a parent window also allows the dock area to embed title area widgets, minimize, maximize, etc. into its content area. True if the should manage parent window. True if the docking area should close the parent window when the last tab in this docking area goes away. I have headshot. Bless you. Thanks. When are we using the FIC editor? Down here. Create inject editor widget. And then we say add slot to the game overlay editor widget. I mean, if I make the construct of the editor, if I make the child slot just an new docking area, parent window is get parent get window. This get window, no, window parent f-slate application get window. I want to get our own window. Unreal Engine get window from S widget. Man, COVID cases are really going to spike up again here. Zone for poi. Find widget window. Finds the window that the provided widget resides in. There you go. Shared this. And then should manage parent window. False. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do some stuff now. So, first of all, we're gonna register here one guy, and this is the view port. So here we have an exit and details. Okay. So type spawner. This here will be details. Details. Now I'm simply gonna move that stuff in here. I'm removing that stuff. Okay, that is details. And you want context, so you want to care about this here. Because then you get the context. Okay. And then we have here the game widget. This here is the viewport. Essentially. And then we also have the timeline panel. which we're gonna also create a spawner for. That's the timeline. Okay. And this overlay here is just so we have some colored background. So instead of directly using the docking area, I'm gonna put in the S overlay slot around it. Okay. And then here we have like an initial content with that docking node. Yeah, we don't have that. Okay. So that's the docking area. Can I define a manager? No. Okay. Actually, so let's put this child slot thingy down. So we're gonna spawn, we're gonna do that magic there, and then down here we say initial content, and you want now a t-shirt ref. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this, but I say viewport. Doesn't? T-shared ref. Okay, there you go. No? Still not? Okay. S new S dock splitter plus S dock docking splitter child oh, you don't have anything. Dynamic N-way splitter that provides the resizing functionality in docking framework. Okay, so this you're gonna be splitter then. Gonna move you out. T-shared ref S docking splitter add child node. I mean, this global tag manager returns a pointer to a dock tab, and this dock tab is this guy here. I want to create now a node. Docking splitter, docking node. Splitter at child node. tab. I want to add a child tab. The problem is I don't know how. Docking splitter. Try to open tab if it's closed at the last known location. It already existed. Would draw attention to the tab. Node. Ah, wait. F global tab manager. Get new tab manager. Needs a owner tab. Such a docking area. You're a docking splitter. What to put into the docking area initially? When is this used? Initial content, assign new. Oh, F tab manager. New something. Okay. F tab manager. Okay, wait, what is new area? Primary area. Splitter, stack, layout. try invoke tab. So viewport. Tab spawner entry. So, I mean, I can say tab manager, and then I can say like new area. New primary area. And this can do what? Set and the problem is, okay, this is now an F area, and the F area is a F splitter, and the F splitter is a layout node, and the layout node is a layout node. The question is, when are the layout nodes used? In docking area. Tab manager. Has any matching tabs, is will it open, blah blah blah. Set tabs to. Find tab on the node. Isn't really helpful. Insert before, insert after. Split at. As docking area. I need a tab manager example. Unreal Engine F tab manager example. Let's check what new tab where new tab manager is used. I mean, I have here a docking area and I want to add a docking node as initial content to it. Create a new dock area. New dock area, initial content, new dock node, dock tab stack, F tab manager, new stack, S. T-shirt ref in tab stack, docking node. Not in the docking tab hierarchy. The dock tab stack shows a row of tabs and the content of the selection tab. It also supports rearranging tabs and dragging them out for the stack. Aha. Wait. S new S docking splitter. Also as a persistent node, okay. So maybe F tab manager, new splitter. Split. F tab manager, new. So when is that split used? It's so confusing. G-Shed PTR S dock tab tab. Assign new T shared PTR as docking area child tab. No, then it's a docking node. I don't want a docking node. I have a freaking tab here. Node. F global tab manager get move tab provide a tab that will be the main tab and cannot be closed. Huh? Wait, there is a main tab? For a tab manager? To shared ref. Wait, instead of like this viewport thingy, can I just direct? I mean, I can directly do that, right? I can just provide him directly this guy, don't I? Set main. Boop. Dock tab. I'm back, welcome back. So no viewport. Or at least, probably no viewport. Where is your camera, Panna? Not here. Okay, so like this is seriously interesting. For whatever reason, I didn't know that there was this main tab. This is very useful, I think, because like main tab, it literally describes it as provide a tab that will be the main tab and cannot be closed. This is literally what I want for the viewport. This is literally what I want for the viewport. But the question is, how can I add surrounding it new stuff? wants a tab manager and a persistent node in tab manager. Huh. The docking area. Well, global tab manager. Get. And F tab manager new layout area, primary area. Oh boy. Docking splitter. Boop. Boopy dop doo doo bow. Beep beep boop doo doo bow. By the way, guys, we're gonna end the stream now very soon. Like, seriously, very soon. And I'm going to play Titanfall 2. Ooh. That's not how stuff is supposed to be. S new S doc tab content. S new S doc tab content. Let's try if it works, if it works. It would be cool if it would work. Work. It would be seriously cool. Dooby-doo-bum. Let's see, guys. Viewport is not visible. Why is the viewport not visible? So wait, I say dock tab here. Let me do that a bit different here. So maybe what I'd want to do instead is say viewport and here I'm gonna say t shared ref as dock tab viewport equals that stuff, and now I also use viewport down here for initial content. Frick, but it wants a docking node. And not a dock tab. I need this docking area to use set extension, orientation, size, split. This then wants just a different layout node. But I do not want to give it a layer node. I mean, set main tab just does this here. I want to add get layout name, new from string, new from string helper, search. I want the tab manager. On tab relocated. There is a F stack. Registered tab, spawner, unregistered, draw attention, invoke tab. Okay, hold on. Gonna try some more. Okay, we're gonna re-add this guy here. It's doing this magic stuff here. The problem is I need to get that viewport and set it as main tab. Because like initial content consists of docking nodes. It's not what I want. So I can have this and then like split. And then here in here I can then say like F-tab manager new splitter new stack, and then I can say add tab, and then I can provide a tab name and a tab state, tab state, so viewport tab state, open tab. I want this to be the main tab after that somehow. Viewport. I mean, I cannot set it to closable false. Close. On can close. Tab false. F can close tab. False. This main tab thingy. Main non-closable tab. For what is it otherwise used? Oh, okay, so nowhere else, essentially. This is like purely make sure this doesn't get closed. Very important is that you also don't move the viewport. Because like moving the viewport can be problematic. And I'm not quite sure how to prevent that. B can leave. Tap to start dragging. Get tab manager. Get private. Can tab leave well? Tab manager B can do. Okay, so that means if it is a main if it is the main non-closable tab, it cannot be dragged, which is precisely what I need. So the question is, how can I set the main? The problem is, it seems like I have to create it this way. But how do I get the viewport again? Actually, okay, let's have a look. Docking area. So what are you doing, docking area? In the construct with the persist node. What are you doing there? Get an orientation. Oh, nothing, okay. No, seriously, it doesn't get anything. It just cares about the orientation and that's about it. Wow. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. I just realized something. Initial content. Can I say as new as docking tab stack? And then as docking tab stack. Is document area. Add tab widget. Yes. Yes, it can do that. Assign new. T-shirt PTR as docking tab stack. Stack. Okay, because okay, this is good. This is really good. So maybe I don't have to do it this way. Maybe I can do it without the need of this here. So let me do that pretty quickly. So instead, what we're gonna do is we go down here. So again, we are creating t-shared ref as doc tab viewport here. Viewport tab. It's called viewport tab. And instead of doing this weird stuff, we just say main area. Bam. Like that. Tab manager, new primary area. Okay, and now we have here this child slot, and we have an initial content with a docking tab stack, and this docking tab stack has a gets exposed to stack over there, and this stack add tab widget, and this tab widget will be the viewport tab. Okay, and also very important. Over here, we now say f tab manager, f global tab manager, get set main tab to be viewport tab. Ka-ching. So that means you should not be able to drag it around. Bam! As easy as that. Would be cool if it would have been easy. But it was not easy, so it's shit. These are just some nuts I'm gonna close. Persistence. F tab manager, new stack. Touchy touch touch. Damn it! It crashed. I don't want it to crash. Crashing not good. Is there other stuff I can set? Like tab manager and whatnot? Icon, label, on persist, visual state, on close, tab activated. Set tab manager if global tab manager get. Spawn tab. New tab. New area. Restore area. Get default tab window size for tab ID. Spawn tab. Tab spawner, spawner. On spawn tab execute parent window tab ID spawn tab set layer to identify tab ID provide default label set tab manager this, and that's about it. Okay. If they say so. Come on, I just want a few port and dockable widgets and then I want to get into stream already. Okay, now we're gonna end the stream anyway. Whatever the result will be for that, we're gonna end the stream now. Grim, proceed. And confirm. Give me a second, guys. So... okay, at least we got a few port now. That's good. Oh my goodness! Huh? Okay. Unrecognized tab. So you cannot close this tab, as you can see. There is no close button, which is intended. So, I mean, you can apparently reorder it in this case here, but I mean, you cannot get rid of it. But guys, this means it works. We got a dockable interface now. You cannot delete this, which is what we want. So, yeah, great. And you can like drag that around, drop it around wherever you want. This is amazing, I love it. My goodness. Like, you can have it as a separate window. or like here as a tab. My goodness. I love it. And even exiting works, because that was one of the things that didn't work. Okay, we got a dockable system now! Yes! We got a dockable system! Oh my goodness, today was a great day. Oh my goodness. Oh my freaking god. Oh my freaking god. Guys, but we're gonna end the stream now. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. It's laggy. Maybe that's a bit better. Yeah, that's better. So it was a lot of fun. Ah, beautiful. So next stream maybe will be on Saturday. I'm not quite sure. I just know I will do quite some stuff in FicsIt-Cam here. So yeah, then the question, as always, is who we gonna raid? And I would say BL Andrew. It's gonna be. So guys, then I would say thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I was Connor from Code.de, from Mesopites. And I say bye-bye until next time. And as always, keep coding!